What's going on, guys? Hope everything is going swell. So this first little bit of this, just a heads up, anyone watching it now or in the future, we're running some tests. We're seeing how things are going today. I got a heat monitor up. I got multiple monitors going on here to make sure everything's going well. The bitrate looks great. Bitrate looking really good. See what Twitch Inspector says. Also looks good. My heat is hovering around 53 degrees Celsius. Let's see what happens. We're going to add some music in now, see how that goes. Okay, seems good. Kicked up a little bit. The other test stream I did the other day, I didn't end up having audio going, like music in the background. I found out, it's pretty crazy. I found out that Soundstripe, which is one of the two streaming services I use for music on stream, jumps my CPU temp almost 20 degrees, basically 20 degrees. Like not even streaming. I was doing it earlier, getting ready for stream, and I was literally hitting play, and I'd watch the temp just go up, and then I'd stop playing, and the temp would just go right down. I don't know why. We are gonna fuck around with it in a second. I want to see what it does. So it would go from like, I think operating temp of 47 degrees all the way up to 62 degrees. It's not 20 degrees, but then it would start climbing a little bit more and then hover around like 65. Jesus, right? Hey, what's up, Lagged Out? How is your weekend going thus far? I hope well. So the goal today, obviously, other than working on our project, is to make sure I don't melt my PC and we get some good bit rate. I was going to stream directly to Twitch today as opposed to restream, but I can run the test I want to run without doing that yet. So I'm also recording this stream with the PC. So technically I should be putting my PC on a pretty heavy load right now. Good, waiting for USPS to deliver this leather. Which leather was this? Which one did you end up picking up? I forget which one it was. Pueblo? What does that mean? Like, I'll drop a pick in the cord later. Okay, nice. But this is for that golf scorecard keeping thing that you're working on, I'm guessing? Yeah? Okay, everything looks like it's going well. Interesting. We're bouncing up. All right, guys, we're going to jump around real quick and see if it... Oh! Another thing, I got to give a shout out to Elgato. So here's the problem. I couldn't get the fourth slot for my Elgato Camlink Pro or the Cam Pro, whatever it's called. I couldn't get the fourth slot to work. I called Elgato. I was trying to figure it out. I just couldn't figure it out, even with all their help. And it turns out I was a big idiot. So now we have all four cameras working. The problem is that the Elgato Camlink will throttle you, but it won't. It'll throttle if you're trying to put too much information in, but it won't really let you know that it's throttling you until you're trying to use all the four slots. So my cameras had a multi-setting HDMI output. So it said you could either set it to where the camera or figured out what it was attached to. And if it was available for 4K, it would output at 4K. I had to set all three of my Sony cameras to specifically be 1080p. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. And I had to set the GoPro to 1080. The Camlink can put up with 1080 at 60 FPS. So that's what I was doing. It was just overloading the Elgato Camlink Pro or whatever it's called. What's going up? I figured the CPU thing was just a dodge so as to not answer my shark mold question. No, man, we've been battling it. It's been a battle. But it's great to see you here. We are going to go over that since you're here. I just want to run one more test real quick. So we're going to not use Monster Cat. Monster Cat. Monster Cat. We're gonna try just for shits and gigs to see what Soundstripe does. So I have Soundstripe pulled up right now. And just so you guys know, I'm going to watch this happen, okay? We're at 50 degrees Celsius right now. I'm going to hit play, and we're going to see what happens. Oh, it just jumped to 53, 54. I haven't even hit play yet. All right, let's see what happens, guys. Oh, 60. Bam, like that. 64, 65. Literally, I hit play on Soundstripe and it kicked it up. This playlist is the one I actually wanted to play today. So if it doesn't go too high, I'm not gonna bother changing it. So real quick, let's take a look real quick. So we're at 66. Let's move around. Make the computer do some thinking here real quick. Oh, interesting. Fascinating. It's not the music. It's being on the tab that is it. What? It's the tab. If I go off the tab that's playing the music, so it's at 66 on the tab, I go over to any of the other tabs I have open, immediately starts dropping right at 64, 62. What is going on in the world, guys? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It's fucking weird. Why would having... What is up with their website that is eating up my CPU? Anyhow. Drop the stuff in other crafts. I had some on my phone. The tab fucks it up. Yeah. That's pretty crazy. Huh. Okay, so let's go into other crafts real quick. We'll check it out, and then we're going to go take a look at... then we're going to take a look at Trizer. It is very pretty. That's what you're going to be... That's what you ordered, was that style. Just stowing the leather. The wallet is two-toned. The outside of the pocket is what it looks like. Nice. Nice. What's going on, Trigger Happy Ginger? It's a great name. I love it. How's your Saturday going? Chinese spyware, obviously. Yeah, no shit. All right, so to make this easier, Trizer, let's... I'm going to have to... I want to screen share this. So... Give me a second while I get this set up here. I'm going to call this... We're going to do a screen cap because it's going to be easier. Oh, yeah? What do you got? No prob Bob. Nice. What do you got planned, Trigger Happy Ginger? Anything fun? Just, like you said, just chilling? Nothing else? We're going to call this... Discord screen cap. Sorry about that, guys. That's my bad. Actually, this is what I got to go into studio mode. Sorry about that. I looked up how to do this the other day, and like how you can edit screens while you're what's the word I'm looking for? While you're live, where they can't see it, and then you can switch to it. So that's what I'm working on right now. I have an alpine forest candle, and I'm in heaven, dude. Best candle I ever got was a fire pit candle. It literally smelled like a fire pit. It was super dope. The wick was like a wood stick too. I need a new leather smell. I'm sure they have a new leather smell. Capture method automatic. Capture, yes, cursor, client area. Yep, yeah, sure, okay. So we're gonna go down to, where did you post that picture? Let's go here. All right, so this is going to get a little tricky here, but I think we can do it. Hold on, guys. I'm just getting it set up to go over this shark thing. First of all, I want to say it's a really cool fucking shark. I dig it.
We're on express elevator to hell, going down.
Okay, like that. There you go. Hey, it worked. It worked. The audio worked. You have to admit, first time you played it and it actually worked, right? I'm gonna copy. Okay, no, we're gonna copy this. Perfect. Boom, 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 boom. I should have done this beforehand. I just didn't know how it was gonna work. Copy. Logged out is the best mod. How did you pin that? Did I pin that just now? What the hell? No, paste. There we go. That should work. Okay. Hope it will be even cooler when painted with a seal on its straws. Yeah, it'd be pretty dope. Oh, this is a new feature. Like, that was the best mod. It pops up on messages I hover over now. How long does it stay at the top? Just like forever? Does it just stay there forever? Okay, Trizzer, here we go. Theoretically. Oh, wait, nope, there's... Let's see what happens. Bam! Look at that. Like, there we go. You aren't going to see chat. Chat's going to be off screen for a second. Okay, so here we are. Why isn't it capturing my mouse? Studio mode off. Oh, Discord. Let's put it to the top. For like five seconds, 5 minutes, and so on. Nice. Manual, yo, that's dope. Ayo, what Dremel tool is that? It looks like a cool Dremel tool, too. Oh, is that a heating tool? That's a really terribly mixed audio from the desktop right there. Discord. Yes, capture the cursor. Okay. Is it not going to let me? Hold on a second, guys. Probably just grab this window. What is this thing called? Message. Try that. Okay. It's still not. This is infuriating. Oh my God. I just want to capture something. Window capture. Yes, sure. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Yes. I want to capture my fucking mouse. Capture cursor. Oh, you guys are seeing it. Okay, cool. All right, okay. Okay, so here we are. We're just gonna talk about this now, yeah. Feed the clay. Oh, yeah. Works really well with Chavant. So that was gonna be my first question since we're hanging out, since we're talking about this. This is Chavant medium or Chavant hard, Trizzer? Again, I'm gonna ask a lot of questions. It's gonna help me understand some stuff. So you're gonna have to be on the money if you're not gonna join the Discord chat, okay? Hold on. Medium. Okay, so so the first question I have is, how deep is this sculpted in? Like right here, like is this hollow all the way through? Or does it like stop and it isn't really hollow past the gills? That's my first question. Oh, wow. Okay. Shopping, discover. Does it give me a pen? It should give me a pen. That'd be cool. Not hollow past the gills. Okay. Why do you have it hollow past the gills? Because if you don't, first, obviously, if you don't need it to be completely hollow, I highly suggest you just straight up fill in as absolute much as you need. Okay. Do you need, like, you're going to put something in its mouth, right? So technically, are you even going to see in here in the first place? That'll be my first question. Second, third, whatever one it is. I don't know. I've lost count. Because again, like I said, if it, you can fill it in. I don't know if there's a reason that it needs to be hollow for your project. Technically just outside the mouth. What do you mean technically just outside the mouth? Just technically just outside the mouth, want the action. But the seal, oh, so the seal, oh, I see what you're saying. The seal is not going to be in his mouth yet. Or its mouth. It's not going to be in the shark's mouth yet. So you want to be able to see in there. Well, the first thing, like it or not, that's going to make life easier for molding this is absolutely filling in everything that you don't need. Like how big is this thing? It's a little hard to tell the scale. Like, is he like a foot long? Is he longer than a foot? Trying to he's about 14 inches long. No, using epoxy for water feature. Okay, so this is going to be like a big diorama I guess, right? But wait, you said he's being breached, right? Okay, so what do you want him made out of? That's the next question. What do you want to cast the actual shark out of? I'm guessing some kind of resin. If you're, some kind of resin or epoxy. Or have you decided like if you even have a specific material that would help? Like, oh, I've decided I want to use this. Was planning resin. Okay, so as long as it has thin resin, you're okay. So, oh man, this is going to get pretty complicated. So, assume for the moment that this mouth right here was completely sculpted with a seal on the back of it. So basically, like, this was filled. You took clay and you filled this in, okay? And you brought the clay all the way to the back of the teeth so that there would be a seam line running along the perimeter of each of the teeth. Just for a moment, imagine that that's completely filled. That's what you need to essentially create as part of a 3-part mold. If this was completely filled, you could make a mold of this by following down the perimeter of him, right? It'd be 2 parts. It'd be top part would be up here, bottom part would be here, and your seam line would just ideally run along the widest point. So it would go along this fin, travel down here, come up, go along this fin, go down the back the other side, back and around here. And you could decide how you want the tail. You could follow the seam along this way, but that's just to get 2 pieces, and that's assuming this was completely filled in. If I'm losing you, you can tell me I'm losing you. Now the hard part is doing a 3rd piece. So really what you need is a mold that's big enough. It would like come out big enough on both these 2 parts that it could connect with a 3rd part that goes inside the mouth. You essentially need to create you need to mold the whole inside of the mouth as a separate part. And since you're doing resin, your mold's got to be out of silicone. There's not going to be a way with as many undercuts and this whole 3-part thing and the pose that you gave this shark to get away with using a hard material for your mold. You're going to have to use a silicone material. Because once you clean the clay out of the mold, you're going to have to pour your resin in, and if it was a hard mold, it would just it would get stuck. There's no way you'd get it out. So the way to do that, there's a couple of ways you could do it. I'm thinking about them right now. Hold on a second. You could, okay, so here's what you could do. You could fill all this in like I was talking about with like a thin layer of clay just as a mold wall essentially. And you bring your mold wall up against the back of the teeth like I was saying. So imagine this whole area again is filled in. I really wish there was like a drawing, enter text, tools, word, clock, calculator, dictionary, translator, unit converter. Damn, it's a lot of tools, and not one of them is a fucking little. I just want a pencil, guys. I just want a pencil. All right, first let me ask, are you following me thus far, Trizzer? Is this making sense? Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, Instagram, WhatsApp, Gmail, YouTube. What the hell is Deezer? Yep, gotcha. Okay, you're following me so far. All right, well, if you fill this in and then build your mold walls along the half of it, so very akin to, here, we'll do this. I got an idea. So just like this, like if you imagine this was your shark, right? Say your fin's like right here. You just build a wall. You want to create half the top of the shark and half the bottom. Pick whatever side you want to start with. And the easiest method to make silicone molds is box molds. So you take your shark, you get him down on a table, set him flat. I know he's got some curves to him. Decide where you want your seam to be. In this case, you can tell that my mold wall, if you look at it like this, is I decided where I want my seam. So I'm following the mold wall along those areas. It is not flat. The arm is not flat. And so you would do that with your shark. But this is after you have filled in his mouth, okay? It's very important. You want to fill to the back of the teeth and make sure that the clay is like right up against it. You want half the teeth existing in the clay wall and the other half existing outside the clay wall, okay? And exposed. And then that clay wall that you build up inside the mouth that completely seals off anything going down like into his throat or whatever is going to be also, you're going to build a wall around the half of that as well. But the difference is when you create, I'm trying to think what I can use to kind of show this. Hold on a second. We're gonna, you know what we might do? Can I sculpt a really, you know, basic shark mouth thing here? Okay, here's your shark mouth. Okay, you're gonna fill that in. You're gonna fill in your shark mouth. This is so silly. Here, I'll even put some little teeth. There you go. Everything's looking good to me. I think it might just be you. This is a crude shark mouth, guys, okay? Or really any mouth. There you go. There's your creepy little shark mouth, okay? So once it's filled in, oh no, it's not, yeah. So once it's filled in, you'll still see the front side of all the teeth, right? Because you've filled it in. You still are going to end up having to cut this area in half, right? So you'll build a wall. Once it's filled in, you'll build a wall coming out like this. Okay? And this will be done on a board, something akin to what you're seeing here, like this. Okay? Now, the term wall kind of throws it for a doozy because it's not really a wall. It's more of a floor if you have it laying down for molding purposes. But, you know, here are your teeth. Just want to make it clear that your teeth are still there. You've just filled everything in to the back of the teeth, okay? This wall is going to be the wall that continues around the outside of his mouth to this guy. So this area, that wall, will travel through here, down the side, and it will continue. That is the best way to split him in half. But you have to plan for what you're going to do next, because this will give you essentially the outside shape of him. It will not give you the inside shape of him, right? So the next thing you have to do when building the mold wall to begin with, now again, how you choose to actually pour your silicone, a box mold's going to make the most sense, but it's going to be a waste of silicone. Well, not a waste. It's going to be a lot of silicone. He's a big guy. You got some high depth. If you just build a box around this, it's going to be tricky, but it's still possible. Okay. Let's go back to my lovely little sculpted thing here. So what you have to do is find a way that once you pour your the top of the shark, right? And then you open that up and you peel away all the clay that made the wall, and then you pour the bottom of your shark. You have to find a way to get this filled, okay? Because you still need the inside of the mouth. So here's what I would suggest. Again, you're assuming that this is your mouth. There's a wall traveling all the way around. You've poured it, or you're prepping to pour the first part, whether it's the top or bottom, whatever you decide. What you might want to do, and this is really important, okay? Because if you don't do this, it will not work. Now again, none of this is to scale, but you want to build a tube that becomes part of that first wall that you build, or that first floor, if you will. Okay? And what this is going to be, essentially, is a pour spout, okay? This piece, okay, this tube, will actually be akin to this. So this is the mold I have for this guy right here. This is a pour spout, okay? This piece right up here. When I make the mold of this, okay, I will leave this particular shape right here in. When the mold flips over, I'll remove all the other clay, but this clay will stay. As a matter of fact, I will sculpt the opposite side of this on the other side of the mold. So this whole thing will stay, creating a negative space for your pour spout. You need to do the same thing here, okay? You do also have to figure out where you're gonna put your pour spout in general to actually create this thing. But, oh wow, actually I just thought about something. Well, we'll get there in a second, okay? If you leave this tube in here and then even sculpt and add more to it when you do the other side, what you'll end up with is a mold, top and bottom, that has the outside of the shark, but has a hole going into his mouth. And then you clean out the clay from inside his mouth, which makes it hollow again. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, you had to make it complicated, Joe. I'm thinking down the production line. Shit. I just thought of something. That's not gonna work. All right. First of all, Trizzer, are you still here? Okay. You understand that we have to get a core. We have to get something on the inside of the mouth. But I just realized that the thing I was telling you just now would work, but you'd never get the silicone core out of the mouth because the teeth are undercuts. The teeth are undercuts, and you wouldn't be able to get the mold piece out without destroying the teeth, unless you find a way to add the teeth in later, which could be an option too. But trying to think of a way to do this that doesn't involve you having to cut up your sculpture and mold it in separate pieces. Okay, what I guess you could do is I would finish your sculpture as much as you want it to be finished. I know that sounds weird. So make the teeth removal and insert them post-casting. Yeah, that might help, but you still have an undercut. So like, for example, even if you remove these teeth right here, the shape, is it showing my cursor now or not? God, I hate that it's not showing my cursor. Oh, there it is. Okay. Even if you remove these teeth, you still have an undercut up here. Meaning there'd be no way, if let's say you filled this thing with plaster, that's just the easiest way right now to think about it. If you filled this thing with plaster and tried to remove it, you wouldn't be able to. The teeth are in the way, and there's an undercut here, and although I can't see it, I'm assuming over on this side too, past like inside of the mouth, the bottom of the mouth, and the top of the mouth. That's an undercut. You wouldn't be able to get it out. So the other option, which just really sucks to do, but is to cut your sculpture. Is there aluminum foil in this, Trizzer? Or is this solid clay? I'll wait for your response before I keep talking, because it might affect the next thing I say to do. While you're typing, hold on one second. Chat. We're gonna copy this, paste, bam, so people can see what's going on. Tin foil and a single piece of armature. Yeah, I see the armature sticking out the bottom here. I'd cut it apart. I don't know. I'm trying to think of any other way to do it. And then also create a seam here. So you'd have, this would be a 4-piece mold. I don't know how else to do it. So, all right, hold on a second. Guys, what is like I don't know Windows. Can someone tell me what like the standard cheap debt-free version of like a drawing or like a photo editing? Is there like some cheap free Windows photo editing thing that might be installed on my computer? I think I might have found it. It's called Paint. It looks like it's called Paint. Copy image. Wait, paste. All right, I got something here. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Window capture 3, bam. And we're gonna choose paint. That's paint. There we go, okay. This is gonna make things a little bit easier. This, we're gonna zoom out. There we go. Damn, this thing is fucking annoying. We got some funky music going on, guys. Okay. All right, so let's go to home. Pencil. We're gonna make it blue. Here we go. So I would cut it. I don't know if you can see that. What the fuck? Yes, color. Give me the brushes. Oh my god. You can kind of see it, I guess. Is there not a way to... Oh, I don't know why I'm expecting like a Photoshop level help. Size. Oh, here we go. So I would cut it like here. I'd cut it off. Finish your sculpture as much as possible. Let's turn. Control Z, Alt Z. Sorry guys that I don't know how to Okay, here we go. I'm almost there, guys. It's crazy that's the thickest. Anyhow, this is gonna be your seams essentially that you end up with. There'll be a seam right here. Okay. And then from here, your seam's going to go down here. It's going to travel down. It's going to come up here, go back down around that, come back over here. Okay. And then you can choose what you want to do at the tail. But there's going to be side 1. That's 1 piece. Okay. This is the 2nd piece. 3rd piece. And then inside here is going to be your fourth piece. It's going to be a 4-piece mold. If you really want to do it, this is what you're going to have to do, okay? I know it's really fucking annoying, but basically, you're going to create this piece first, okay? This part of the mold, this is your number 1 piece that you need to make, okay? So what I would suggest doing, once you get as far as you want, it depends because you're gonna have some work you're gonna have to do afterwards. You're gonna cut this guy. You're literally gonna, if you could take a big straight piece, right? Oh, what's called Photopia? Photopia. I should download. Is that on there? That did get complicated. Yeah, exactly. Well, again, the more you fill this in, the less you would have to do, okay? Like a lot. But basically, I would literally get it as far as you like it, then take, like, imagine you had a machete and you could cut it right through here and just chop them off evenly, right? Plus, also, I will say this, it will, because you're gonna have that, you'll be able to look inside from the other side of the sculpt. So you can sculpt the back of the teeth if you want. You can, like, get in there and clean up from a different angle. That might be nice. But then you will be able to, so let's go back real quick to my other camera view here, okay? So essentially what you'll end up with, hold on a second. Un momento. I have made another shark mouth, guys. Look at that. If that doesn't look like a shark mouth, okay, I don't know what you're talking about, all right? You'll literally be able to go in from the backside and sculpt and fix everything up that you might want to fix up. But then, remember there's like, sorry, I'm adding some representation of teeth here, guys. Give me a second, okay? Creepy little shark teeth coming in, okay? Creepy shark mouth. And then from the other side, you'll see. So we're taking, this is the opposite of what we were gonna do earlier, okay? You can see in there. Do you see the shark teeth? Hello, first time on the stream. What's going on, consumables? hope things are going well. Like the Greek like the Greek sculpture of old. Yeah, exactly. All right, so to be clear, you can see the teeth in here, right? What you're gonna want to do now, we're reversing what we did before, okay? You're gonna mold. Remember, this is all while you have it chopped off the front half. So make sure everything looks the way you want it to look, okay? Thank you, sir. Have a nice stream. What brought you here, consumables? Make sure the sculpture's the way you like it, but you're gonna basically seal it with another piece of clay from the front. And because you have access in here, you can do the next part, right? Which is close this off like that with a piece of clay. Then you're gonna go in and you're gonna make sure that your seam is fucking awesome by moving the clay of your wall up against your teeth. So it creates basically creates a bucket, right? Then you're gonna fill this with silicone, okay? And you are gonna have to find a way. You need a key too. You need a key. So you're gonna have to do something like, you need to find a way to make this piece that's in here end up keying to, let me show you real quick, to right here. Okay, so you could do like a square or something, a really big square that's 3-dimensional, I guess. So like, sorry, excuse me here. You have to sculpt this, of course, in reverse, but some kind of key. so that you can, when you pour this, the third part of the mold, remember this is 3 right here? The third part of the mold is going to be his head. Fourth is inside. But you do need the inside, the fourth part, to key to the third part. So if that keys, it doesn't matter how you do it. You can use pokes, you can use little tiny balls. No, I don't think so. I think that wherever you cut it, if it's at the gills here or if it's further back, you need to make sure that wherever you cut it has got to be as deep as your core needs to go. So if your core, if this whole hollow part goes even deeper, you have to cut it even further back. Okay. So here, hold on a second. All right. So again, cut it here. I'm gonna call this 1, 2, 3, 4. How will this end up looking? Trying to think in like perspective. This mold will be this is gonna be a big old mold, dude. It's gonna be a big old mold to get that face. Okay, once you find a way to key this, and again, you do this sculpturally. I don't care if you take a, I'm doing this to a weird scale again here, but you could, basically attach a little square on the inside. Then your third part right here. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Here we go. Your third part right here, the third mold, which is the front of his face, essentially his mouth and then part of his head, will have a positive plug, so it locks into place. And then, like I said, where you cut them is pretty much where the seam's going to be. So anytime you look at a project, you should be able to tell where the seams are going to be, okay? And you'll have cleanup work. If it's out of resin, you can sand away your seams, obviously. But the whole point is to create a 4-piece mold. A core that represents the inside of his mouth and throat. The top, front, or the front of him. Where's that stupid button? Home. Hold on a second. One more time here, just for clarity. You said that his gills go all the way through. So you're gonna have to, that's another problem, dude. You're gonna have to fill the gills on one side or the other of the molds. Might be easier to do it on the core so that the other molds just revert it. With water splash. If he's resin, you could sand it and put seams back into it. Like for example, let me show you something here. This guy, he's resin. He's made out of plastic, okay? He had seams. There was a seam here, okay? His arms were made separately. As you can imagine, these were crazy undercuts, okay? But he had seams, all that ran all the way down and along here. And he's plastic, okay? You can go in and obviously with Dremels, sanding, all that kind of stuff, you can re-seam him so you don't ever even see the seam. You just have to recreate the texture. So you don't even have to cover it up with like a splash if you don't want to. So, all right. One more thing I want to make real clear is your gills, since you have them showing through, right? There's more undercuts. You're making things more complicated. I highly suggest, unless you're putting LEDs, or something inside of him that's going to have like light showing out the side. I would just say, do not let the gills show through, because it's just going to complicate things. if you do really want those gills to be hollow, again, you got to ask yourself, are you even going to see it? It's one of the important questions. I complicated everything. Rock on. Trying to think how I want to show this on a macro level. Okay. Wait. Give me back my color here, okay? All right. For the next part of my drawing, you need to imagine we're looking at your shark this way, okay? We're looking at him straight on. Okay, we're looking at his big scary mouth, okay? This is your shark that I'm drawing with a oh, you guys can't even see it. God damn it. Okay, hold on. This is your shark. This is how we're looking at it, okay? And here is like the gills are like, say, right here, okay? You're gonna have your molds are going to have to touch each other. Yeah. So in here, remember this is the fourth piece in here. That is, you're going to have to go in and sculpt a tiny micro wall inside the gills. Okay. So that the material that goes into here doesn't come outside the gills. And so that when you pour your third piece, which covers, again, it's this piece, it's going to meet up. So your third piece is going to essentially be meeting up with the fourth piece. So the fourth piece, God damn it, give me the fucking color. Oh my God. There we go. So fourth piece is inside. Third piece will still be on the outside. They have to meet inside the gills evenly. Is this making any sense? Okay. So you're going to have build a wall that then gets removed. It's going to be a nightmare because I'm guessing you have very little space to get in there. So if you really want them to show through, the other option would be to just Dremel them out. Like if you have enough space to get a fine Dremel tool inside there and Dremel it out afterwards, you wouldn't have to do this. But once you have your, let me go back. Once you have your head chopped off, what's that going to look like? It doesn't look like something like... It looks something like that, okay? But this is all now filled with clay so that you can pour your material down into here, okay? So your material gets poured into there. Your gills are right here. That they're filled in with some kind of small amount of clay so that your material doesn't leak out through here, okay? Then you're done. You got that core part done. But remember, like I said, you're only going to capture what the core has created. So you may need to cut it up higher, depending on how deep you want it to be, and then the material goes into there. But you're going to just basically be molding the inside of the mouth. Again, there should be like a key or something in here so that it will key to the third side. Once that's done, reattach this to your sculpture, seam it, finish sculpting it, then mold the third piece, which is his face. Okay. So eventually you'll probably end up with something. Wow, so easy drawing with a fucking thing. So you'll probably end up with what I'd imagine will look something like this. Do you understand what I'm saying? So his head's in here. You already got the throat core done. Cover the gills and punch them out. Yeah, you could do that too. Then you build another wall and you mold this. So then the next piece will essentially cover it up here. Okay. Then you have another mold that's up here. So that's how it works. So then when you clean it, you can just pop these off one at a time, clean the mold out. Theoretically, you'll end up with a core piece just for the inner mouth area. And I would probably suggest the way you do it, like the way you pour it. You do have to pick where you want your pour spout to be. I honestly would suggest... He's breaching, right? Out of the water. Because you have him tilted down towards your table, but really you're sculpting him to be facing upwards, right? Or is he going to be horizontal? I don't remember. I think you mentioned it. I just don't remember. Because... Or actually... Give me back my pen. Pencil. Why isn't it letting me... Oh, there we go. Oh, Jesus. Fine, white. There we go. Almost horizontal. Okay. So now you have your four mold pieces. Essentially, what I would end up doing is you have your third mold. Think about how that's going to look. This is your face. This is part 3. And then your core mold will be the negative in his mouth. So it's probably going to be shaped. I don't know. I'd imagine kind of like this a little bit. This is 4. It'll go down. And again, now whether it's in or out, it'll have a key. That'll go down into there. It'll sit right. Okay. So now you'll end up with 4. Might look something like this. Or I'm sorry, 3. Once that piece is set in there, this is 4. Then you'll put, that'll be resting in there with negative space of the shark's face all the way around, the teeth and everything. You might run into, this is big, dude. You might run into casting problems too. Look for a resin that has a really long cure time. Then you'll have this piece, which is, what did I say? I think this was 1. This is 2. That's your whole mold. That's what it'll look like from the outside if you make it out of box molds. And rubber band it. Rubber band it all the way around with big ass rubber bands so it holds everything together. And then I would consider, honestly, making his tail your pour spout. Really sucks. It's just, I guess if you planned it, you could have a pipe that comes out like right here out of the bottom of his belly, but you have to make sure the pipe goes higher than the end of his tail, and you'll need bleeders coming off the tail. Okay? And be just holes piped through or whatever, so that when you pour, your material goes in here, hits him at his tummy, fills up his mouth, then it starts filling up here, and then it can escape out through his tail. Is all this making sense? I feel like I have you a shitty brain teaser. Sorry. No, that's okay. Is everything I said thus far made sense? Like that's how I would mold it. You're just gonna go through a lot, and you're gonna want to look for silicone. You're gonna look for mold making silicone. Smooth On has some. I would look at them. I think Smooth Sil 950 is a good brand. It's expensive. But you could probably get away with it. So do you have any other questions? Did I answer everything? Does all this, let me ask you this. Do you feel like you know more now than you did when it started? I think that's probably the most important question. Got the gist. Okay, cool. Well, I wish you the best of luck. How much further do you think you have on the actual sculpture itself? Do you think you're gonna like be wrapping up the sculpt itself sometime soon? Anyone ever want a really complicated instructions on how to mold a very complicated product? Just post a picture in Discord and I will help you. Just like I attempted to help just now. Close. No, don't save. We're good. For sure, man. I appreciate the help. I'm almost done with it. A little more detail work. Cool. Have you ever molded anything before? Probably, maybe should have started with that question. We're going to get back to this now, guys. So just a reminder, we are popping off all the limbs, the resin limbs off of the Armsy, and we're molding them all separately. That's this guy. Any of you who's hung around long enough know that I've been working on this project for probably 9 months now. I mean successfully. No, I don't mean successfully. I try to help people, man, but it doesn't always work. Especially molds. You're talking essentially about like trying to explain like a three-dimensional puzzle when you don't have it in front of you. It's very difficult to do. You know, that a lot of what I had to do with this guy is a lot of like what you're doing essentially with like having to potentially cut your sculpture. You know, I had to turn this guy into, I need to memorize this because I talk about it so much, but he's got 8 arms, body, that's 9, each set of legs, 10, 11. So and I may even split one of those. So it's like 11 or 12 piece, 11 or 12 molds, each one at least 2 parts for this guy. So nothing this daunting. Be surprised. This won't be my most complicated mold. Anytime you have a mold that is as many pieces for one thing, I don't even know if there's a way I could have made this guy essentially one mold. Even if I turned him into like 50 piece, I might have. Maybe like a 50 piece mold or some shit like that. I might have been able to work with him. I think the most complicated mold I ever did was do you guys know those skulls you can buy? If you're like a medical student, they're plastic, but they're fairly anatomically correct. They have all the ins and outs and pieces. We had to mold a mandible, and we had to do it in a day. No, we had to mold it and cast something in a day, which means we couldn't use silicone. We had to use, well, we could have used fast curing silicone, but we didn't have any. So we had to use ultracal. So I used plaster or stone to mold a plastic mandible. And there's a lot of parts, and we had to be able to pour plastic into it too. So we ended up having to make a simple mandible, which really isn't that odd of a shape, really. But because of all the detail in the skull's mandible, it ended up being a 6-piece mold, and we had to do the whole thing in a day, start to finish. We did figure it out, and we were successful. It was just a nightmare. If you can avoid having to do that, you'll be better off. I don't even remember where I was at on this guy. What's really complicated is when you start tackling things with collapsible cores. So like even, I guess, for that shark, you know, you could even make the core that goes inside the mouth a multiple piece mold so that you could easily get it out of something. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Could be the zygote mold. I molded something like that one time. It was a nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare. I literally did that. If you look up on Google the video game, what's it called? It's called Inside. It's by a company that did the video game Limbo. At the very end of it, there's this creepy monster thing that you kind of start playing. And I sculpted and headed up the molding team for the collector's edition of that video game. And we had to produce 400 of those things. And it's the reason I even found out about Zygote was because I was doing research for that project. And because the creature is very similar, it's more blob-like than the thing in Zygote. But yeah, that was a fucking nightmare. Each mold, we had 15 molds. Each mold was five pieces. It was crazy. Yo, what's going on, Milo? Hope things are going well. Thank you. You subscribed again. Thank you very much. How was your weekend going? I'm trying to think if there's something I want to tilt this up on real quick. So good news, guys. It looks like even with recording and everything, looks like even with recording, the computer is holding up. We're at 60 degrees Celsius for my CPU core temp. Looks like my bitrate average is 5,878 GG. It says the average frame rate's maintained at 60 FPS. The highest my bitrate has gone is 8,052. It did drop apparently to 4,700 at some point. What do I got for drop frames? Frames missed due to rendering lag. 3. I've missed 3 frames, guys. We're kicking ass and taking names. Disk full and approximately. Apparently, I could keep recording for the next 277 hours. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Milo, how are your projects going? Oh, so another thing I was going to say I've been working on is figuring out LED lighting, guys. I'm still trying to tweak my lighting for streaming, and I got a couple of video projects coming up that I really want to do, have really good control over my lighting. And I am going to be... I bought a bunch of LEDs to start trying to wire up my own LED, I guess you would say like light modules or whatever, so I can do some really cool color controlling. When you use a scene change, that doesn't surprise me. Too slow for you? Well, how long did you tell the person you would be working on the commission? Because I know you have to wait for it to dry for a long time and stuff, so I'm guessing they understand they were going to be waiting one way or the other. You can give him a wait. But it's another recessive chin, so it was predictable. Damn. You can give him a full day, okay. Or a final date, I guess. But yeah, I did. I've been I've been going down the rabbit hole of all the different types of LED strips to buy and what it all means. So hopefully, Monday is when I get my first shipment of parts and pieces to start messing around with. First thing I want to do is create just a really powerful red light panel, like true red. It's crazy how much man I have. Oh, wait, how much man have receive recessive chin and wear beard. Yeah, that's why I have a beard. It's absolutely why I have a beard. I ain't messing around. It's not a recessive chin, Milo. It's being too fat. If we were all, really thin, our chin would be very, very pronounced. Now I think about it, why did I... Oh, probably got the consumables. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for the follow. I didn't even realize that happened because the scene I was on didn't have the notifications. But unless they have a huge beard, it's tough to get the likeness right if it's not placed well. Yeah, I would imagine so. If they get a big old beard, then you can just use the beard to kind of guesstimate the location of the chin. This is giving me heavy cranberries vibes. This guy is slim as fuck. He just has a recessive chin. Huh. All right, shit. Well, you gotta just start when you go out, Milo, you go out and about, like to go get grocery shopping. Just look for dudes with really defined chin lines and just walk up and be like, hey, can I sculpt your face? All good. I officially got the Etsy shop set up, which took me a while to do today. I actually wasn't going to put any products on it at all. I just ended up doing it because you can't set up your shop without at least putting one product on your Etsy page. So the Creatively Cursed Etsy shop is up and running. I actually really, I hope, I kind of priced things high. The one item I put up there, priced it pretty high in hopes that no one actually buys it. I just wanted to see if I could secure the name. And of course, Creatively Cursed, as far as Etsy goes, the actual simple version of that name, Creatively Cursed, was already taken. So I ended up going, I think it ended up with like Creatively Cursed Co. or something. I need more recessive chins. Well, that's true. The harder it is, the more practice you'll get for sure. So you won't consider yourself a portrait artist until you can perfectly sculpt recessive chinned individuals. Is that the gist? Yeah, I think tomorrow's stream I will try and stream directly to Twitch and not use Restream, see if that changes anything. But this stream seems to be going pretty well. BRB, for sure. About 100 hours in on this one, damn. Yeah, tiny fingers. That'd be a great time. Trisha, time to run some errands. Thanks again for the help and have a good one. Yeah, you too, dude. Have a great weekend. In the process of trying to figure out what was going on with my audio thing today because of the overheating while listening to Soundstripe. I disconnected my Bluetooth headset, and in the process broke it even more. Not the headset, but the Bluetooth receiver broke it even more. So now I have to get another one and reuse it now that I realize it had nothing to do with that and was just Soundstripe being a energy hog of a website, which is lame. Interesting music on this playlist. They called it the 90s mixtape playlist. I guess it, for being free, copyright free music is pretty 90s. Sorry for being MIA for a bit. I'm finally cleaning the office. Nice. And got a new little table to do some leather work on until I get a workbench. Is it a sturdy table? I'm guessing yes. Well, I had my grandma's Singer sewing machine. Weighs like 40. Yeah, dude, those fucking... If they're especially the older sewing machines, those things weigh, I swear to Christ, they weigh a metric ton. Is it specifically like a sewing machine table? I feel like that'd be pretty small, right? Well, you said it's kind of a small table until you get to workbench, but yeah, I realized while talking to Trisha earlier, I think I'm still thinking of other things that are going to be like fallouts from trying to mold that inside of that damn shark mouth. It's gonna be tricky. This machine was made in 1946. Yeah, I'll look that up. Put some rubber mats on my top. Feels sturdy. There you go. Worth between $100 and $300. The sewing machine is worth that much? Damn. Yeah, well, it's because they just don't make good shit anymore. People really still value the old stuff made out of fucking steel, you know? I get it. Yeah, I'm debating for Tuesday's stream having you guys join me while I start soldering together those LED lights. Being that I'm not an electrician in any way, shape, or form, I'm not actually too bad with a soldering iron, and I think it'd be cool. It could be cool. Still runs. Yeah, I've used a sewing machine a handful of times in my life, and I feel like because I don't do it regularly enough, every time I pretty much have to start over the learning process of how it works and the drawbacks of them and how to overcome problems, like when they get fucking tangled up. What kind of fabric stuff do you want to do, legged out? Canvas bags. Oh, canvas goes well with leather. That is true. Yeah. I think I'd rather use a hand, like many different styles of power tools over using a sewing machine. I've seen so many really terrible things happen with people using sewing machines. Apparently fairly easy to, shove your hand through the needle platform or whatever it's called. I'm not sure how this is specifically 90s. What the hell? No, I'm sorry. A little too much twang for me. This one could be handcrafted. But I may see if I can sell it. That money would get me more leather. Wait, this one can be hand cranked? You can hand crank the sewing machine? That's pretty cool. So do you have like a stockpile of leather by now, or are you pretty much out of it? You just buy what you need for every project. So as soon as the project's wrapped, you don't really have any left over. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think yeah, no, like a turn knob. Yeah, those. That's I think standard on most sewing machines. Um, I was thinking you literally were meant like a crank. You said it was like 1946 or something. Yeah, 1946. Yeah, I think most sewing machines have those little cranks. You kind of need a crank, I think, at certain times to like load the thread and stuff. What I need, working on a wallet design, and if it goes well, I'll buy more to make more. Oh, there you go. Put a picture of it in other crafts. Damn! Damn! That's pretty awesome. It's beefy. It is beefy. This is a big mamma jamma. You have to start, yeah, start sewing up some canvas bags, man. Should have used a bigger board, guys. Still looking good, hovering around a solid 60 degrees for my computer's temp. This pleases me greatly. Yeah, definitely should have had a bigger board. Could have put 3 or 4 of these damn things on it. If I had a board maybe a foot longer.
I know I act up sometimes. I'm maybe not who you thought I was, but baby, don't pay me no mind. Cause I don't wanna miss out on your love. And some days I might be foolish.
Sorry, Dub C. Not in the mood for this. But Dr. Delight? Sure, sure. You get the Armsy again. And him missing 3 of his arms. No, 2? 2 of his arms. And Steve. Yeah, Steve is what I put up on the Etsy page. Yeah, I set up my Etsy page. Really, my goal was just to snag it. I just wanted to make sure that I could get it eventually. And of course, as soon as I set it up, I realized the Creatively Cursed was already taken anyways. But since I was there, I decided to set up the page. So I had to post something to, I guess, to open up the shop officially to secure it. So I posted a picture of, or I posted the product of Steve. I don't really, honestly, it's not really priced to sell. I think I have them for like $200. But I just wanted to get the shop up and running. Which I succeeded. It's Creatively Cursed. I think it's called Creatively Cursed Co. Like C-O. So, it'll work. Yeah. Creatively Cursed Co. But I haven't done shit with it. Like, I literally just kind of got it up. I haven't even, like... I think I filled up, like, I filled up just the basic information to even get it up. That's about it. Yeah, I need to, go in and, like, fill my bio out and... whole 9 yards. I don't have a ton I'll be able to put on there. What can I put on there? I can put the chest burster on there. Obviously, Steve, the goblin. Type in chat, couldn't find it. It might take a while for it to be, like, officially... Can you search? Can you search by shops or no? I literally just did this today. I don't know if there's like a, what's it called? Like a waiting period, or maybe I have to verify my, no, I think I verified my email already. Let me double check. Yeah, it's set up. At least I think it is. We'll find out. Found it. Oh, really? You were able to find it? I was on there the other day trying to figure out if there was a way to search by shop. I didn't think I couldn't find it. Now, admittedly, I wasn't trying that hard. Yeah, I should have known that there wasn't going to be that that Creatively Cursed wasn't going to be available, but at least I grabbed it. I got it on Patreon. I just have to figure out what the fuck to do with Patreon. So added a command. Etsy. Nice. That's dope. Yeah, now I have to now I have to update it on all the different socials and stuff too. I don't know if I'll pimp out my Etsy a ton, but it should be available. So I appreciate you making the command. That's awesome. The biggest reason is, man, I just really don't want to have to produce a ton of stuff. I don't mind. I'd much rather just make one-offs for people and things like that than go into production with stuff with a given product. After you make something a couple of times, you really don't want to ever make it again. I know you have an Etsy shop, don't you, like that? Do you use it as like a, if it was, I think you said it was inactive or you turned it off for the holidays or something like that while you were gone, but did you have it set up where it was like one of a kind pieces and just sell them once they're sold, or I guess you could make bracelets out of templates. You could just make to order as they come in, but I don't want to. I mean, in a perfect scenario, of course, right? You're selling stuff on Etsy. I don't want to have to keep making more and more goblins. Make a handful of them, you know? This is like some chill lounge music or something. I turned it back on a few minutes ago. I'm gonna try and have 1 out of 1 things and stuff I plan to make to have in stock. Really? Okay, bigger things will be made to order though. That's BRB. Sorry about that. It's crazy. My bitrate jumped to 8,000 again. 8,500 actually. It's pretty nutty. Why is it doing that? It shouldn't be. That's weird. Yeah, I also think I put like a 4 to 6 week lead time on the Goblin. But they wouldn't let me set up the shop without posting at least one item, so probably have to take some pictures of that chest burster, get it up. Surely there's some other stuff I have molds for that I could make. And back. That was a hell of an ad break. I forgot. I know I've asked you this. Have you actually had successful sales on Etsy or no? I'd imagine this is actually like the best time of year for Etsy, like anything else, you know. I've been reading a ton, and of course we're seeing it a little bit, you know, obviously reflected in our company, but like retail sales are just super down right now. I have 60 viewers, but I had it off for a bit. What are those, like followers essentially, or what? But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I heard that like just generally, this is like the worst quarter leading up to a holiday season in the U.S. as far as like sales and retail goes. Are they saying 20 years or 30 years? Something like that. It's really bad. So I'd imagine even now, if you're on Etsy, you're probably still not seeing the same type of traffic that was being seen even last year. The economy's going to hell in a handbasket, everyone. Just been viewed. Oh, 60 times. Okay, gotcha. I'd imagine leather crafting, like everything else on Etsy, you probably have quite a bit of competition for. I gotta figure out if I have to mark my store as adult, if I end up selling more like adult products or anything like that, you know? Even if it's just like nudie sculptures, you know? I might put out like a small separate brand of like sex toys or something like that. I don't know. I gotta figure something out. Beard, it's getting out of hand, guys. Gotta get trimmed up soon. Well, I don't know what he's worth, honestly. I could have priced him at 400, but the biggest thing I'm concerned not about like selling Steve. The biggest thing I was concerned about is that if I priced him higher, because there's a shit ton of work that goes into each one, was more that people just wouldn't give a shit about my store. They would see him as kind of a placeholder and be like, $400, what the fuck? I actually think he's probably worth that, but if I can end up coming up with cheaper products in the future, I don't want people to automatically be turned off to the store because they see a $400 item. I will probably sell the chest burster somewhere between 500 and 1,000. Again, I don't want to make them. I don't want to have to go into production, so I'd be happy which is selling one every once in a while, you know? But I think Steve is probably worth more than that. Probably like 400, I'd say. Especially for considering I don't really want to make them. So that if I have to make one, might as well get as much out of it as possible. So. I actually thought about revamping Steve a little bit. When I molded him originally, he was out of monster clay, so the mold was kind of tricky to make. But now that he's out of resin, I could make some adjustments so that producing him wouldn't be as much of a pain in the ass. So I might do that. I don't want to sell him specifically. Etsy made me put up Etsy made me put up one product to start the shop. So I just wanted to do it to secure a spot on Etsy. Like it's tricky. I want to sell them. I just don't want to sell a ton of them. I want to sell like even one a year. I'd be happy with, you know. I wouldn't be sad if I didn't sell any. I just really want the Etsy established so I can, you know, if I do create something I do want to make and sell, then I can easily do it. So a little too happy. A little too happy. Come on. Sorry, Noah Smith. Nope. No. Yeah, we'll try this one, sure. Because it's separate, I have to keep both, like, it's money-related things. All the money has to be separate, so I could do it here, but I really wouldn't want to either. The fact that there's production at the shop is my exact reason why I don't want to put things into production. I hate doing production work. It makes working on the individual thing just so fucking boring. I'd rather, so here's a picturesque idea, which I'm, you know, far away from, but a goal, I guess, would be like, have an Etsy with maybe, actually like a large quantity of expensive items that I don't have to make very often, so I don't get bored when I do have to make them. Because as soon as you start getting bored making shit, especially once you're in like a production line, quality starts, I'm sorry, it's the truth of the matter, like quality starts to drop off, and it's just not, it's not enjoyable. Yes, I have employees working for the company. They don't work for me. Well, I mean, they do work for me, but they work for the entity that is the company. It's different. I would have to share the profits of the product with the company. If I do it all myself, it's all me. Well, I mean, let's be real. I guess I wouldn't have to, but you're supposed to. So that's why, yeah, that's why I'd always do it myself. And honestly, if I, now that it's in plastic, if I did make another mold, it would take quite a bit of energy to get the new, like a new mold made for him, but it would save a shit ton of time in the cleanup process, because right now I have a ton of seams, and some are pretty ugly that I have to clean up, so. The arms actually are the best seams, but the body for some reason, actually I think I know why, but that was a scenario. See, this is another reason. That was a scenario where I handed the project off to someone to pour something up for me, and even just the process in which they made that part of the mold, they fucked up the seams. And that was just one simple thing they had to do. They just had to pour silicone up, but they fucked it up. So yeah, essentially I think what they ended up doing that messed it up was when you have a 2-part silicone mold and you're doing it with box molds, once one part is poured up, you have to pour up another box, or you have to build another box. That they quit. Well, they kind of quit / got fired, so they're no longer here. It wasn't over that, but it was around the same time. But if you build a box, say you have you have half of it poured, so it's a big silicone chunk. You have to then build walls around that, usually cardboard, so that you can pour the next half. But if you don't put the walls on it correctly, since it's silicone, it can flex the mold that you already poured. So the next half that you pour takes shape to that. But once you release the sides off the box, the original piece that it was molded to might adjust in size, and thus your seams are all fucked up. So that's kind of what happened with Steve, with the Steve mold. So there's no good way to get a damn seamless or very minimal seam pour out of that mold cast. Have at least probably 2 hours into just seam cleanup, if not more, if I use the current mold. Yeah, so obviously that doesn't even include all the painting you have to do and yay us, guys. We still only have 3 dropped frames. Woot woot. so smooth. What's that? Because only way we can save money from taxes here in Canada. I ask it because it's the only way we can save money from taxes here in Canada. We already pay a lot of those shits. 100,000 a year. It's like 50% of government taxes plus sales tax when you buy stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Good old taxes, yo. Yeah, I don't generally have I don't really have a problem paying taxes. I feel like it's a buy-in to be in a society that you pretty much give a shit about to some extent. The only drawback is how taxes are spent. I don't generally care about actually paying them. I just have issues with them being spent on garbage things. So do I not have a you guys can just stare at look at the Armsy butt for a little bit. She called subsidized to the super rich, yeah. Something along those lines. I know I have a tool, I just gotta find it. Maybe I don't. Maybe I need to go get another one at some other point. This might work. See if I don't just break this right away. Okay. I might. We'll see. Too many fucking sculpting tools when I'm actually looking for the one I need. It takes for fucking ever to find. Is that it? Is that it, Soundstripe? Is that your whole 90s playlist? It is. All right, fuck this. Let's try. Let's try. I don't know what magical world means. I'm not sure I'm up for magical world. Oh, no. Seasonal. No, let's not do seasonal. Anything but seasonal. Let's try. Yeah, sure. Indie. Sure. This is supposedly the indie staff picks from SoundCloud, or not SoundCloud, Soundstripe. Classic case here, a company that make $1 billion in profit, earning billions in subsidies over and over. Yeah, that's true. It's happens pretty much everywhere from my understanding, so. Well, have fun organizing, like Doubt. Thanks for chilling. If we just put half of this money in health system, it would be better. It would be the better on it. I'm pretty sure you guys have a great health system anyways, at least compared to the US, so. Or so it's said. A lot of people here in the US believe Canada has a better health program. And I can't really, like I said, I can't speak for Canada, but I can say this. Vegas sucks for decent healthcare. Not like healthcare like insurance. Insurance is pretty much fucked everywhere, but I mean, okay, let's be real. Las Vegas is kind of an island anyways, as far as it's a fucking desert all surrounding Vegas, right? But even though it's a fucking major metropolitan area, it's kind of shitty with its selection of medical facilities. Yeah, some. There's the amount of energy you have to put in looking for a fucking place to get medical care is kind of ridiculous, honestly. But I'm also coming from having spent almost 10 years in San Diego, and San Diego is kind of a medical hotspot. It's like a hub. So I kind of feel bad for copyright-free musicians. Like this person, you think they tried to make it big with their music before they decided to say fuck it and just sell it on a copyright-free trading website, you know? Not exactly my cup of tea when it comes to music, but still, hey, it's music, you know? Or do you think it's more like these companies reach out to musicians to specifically write copyright-free music? I wonder if websites like Monster Cat and Soundstripe and others of their ilk specifically, they're like the Grubhub for musicians. Like, oh, you know, in a hard spot, need to make some extra dough. Here, write some copyright-free tunes so we can put them on our site for our users. How does it work? I want to know. And they say, go fuck yourself. Well, that sucks. Just, the system was a thing a while ago. Now we wait 15 hours to the emergency room. I mean, that's the same here. I'm waiting for a family doctor since 2 years. Is asthma. Really? And other things. Damn, that sucks. Okay, this whoever the staff is at Soundstripe fucked up on this one. I'm just saying, screw this one. And you got a couple of seconds to make up for your weird intro here. Nope. I knew this was going to be a garbage playlist, guys. I'm sorry. Let's try the staff picks for electronic playlist. See how that goes. I might have to do time to put it on the stand. There we go. trying to focus or what here? Come on, camera. This depth of field is so shitty. There we go. Okay, that one wasn't too bad. Let's see what the rest of the songs are like on this playlist. That's all good. I don't know. I don't know if you missed anything. I'm sure I said something. I don't know what I said though. I like it when I get a chance to, just by making the mold, end up giving it kind of some natural keys. It's pretty ethereal, but I dug it. Let's see what else they got. Whoa. I think one of my next cameras I'll have to get is definitely one. It's like a macro with a zoom or something. Hey, yo, back at it again. Overly beautiful mold prep, I see. Yeah, you know it, dude. You know it. How's your Saturday going? You stream today, dude? Or are you going to stream later, or what? Yeah, I had to take a few days off. I ended up almost melting my computer to replace the cooler. Bunch of shit. Just no fun. Saturday's day off. There you go. I'm back on Sunday evening, European time, sure, of course. Hardware trouble doesn't sound fun. No, it wasn't. But you know what? We figured it out. And the streams have actually been... I did a test stream on Tuesday, I think. No, Thursday. It was like 20 minutes long. It worked really well. So, you know, all things considered, it's looking good. It's looking good. And I'm recording. We've upgraded a bit on the rollout of how I stream. So at least today we haven't had any major like frame drops or overheating problems. So that makes me happy. Philip, do you ever stream during the week, or do you only do weekends? Jesus. I think I'm gonna have to end up taking pictures of all the molds together, guys. It's gonna be crazy when it's all done. I still regret pouring his torso in gray. I should have, or regret pouring it in white. I'm sorry. Setting up a recording while streaming was a hassle for me too. Yeah. Any of the overlay on the video at the end? Yeah, exactly. Oh shit! I didn't even think about that. Could I do that? Fuck. I didn't even think about that. I guess it doesn't bug me too much. All the other videos I've ever uploaded always had the overlay. I didn't even think about that. That would be an option that I could do without. I might have to look into some information about... I bet you can do a lot more with OBS with just the recording feature. OBS, plug in something source record. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Because I just upload all my past streams to YouTube. I used to restream to YouTube, and then I got afraid that if Twitch found out, they'd yell at me and like ban my account. So I said, fuck it. And so now I just upload them later. I just take the file off of Restream, which is what I've been using, but seeing if I can record my whole stream and just remove Restream from the whole thing. and what the workflow of that will look like. Because I normally do all my uploading and stuff off of my my Mac, but I only stream from the PC, so I'll have to get the file from the PC to the Mac. So I'll probably have to use like a file sharing software, maybe like Dropbox or something along those lines. We'll see. Initial plan was kind of editing together a variety of a very dialed down video of the sculpture somewhat. Yeah, so I don't want any overlay. Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, I was originally editing together videos of all my streams, and I was like, I'm spending way too much fucking time doing this. Plus, my project started becoming longer. Like, this has been a really long project. I will make a video, an edited video from it, but I don't care. I guess I don't really care if the chat and all that shit overlays. I don't care if it's in the final video. Or who knows, maybe I will, and I'll get really mad at myself that I didn't, that I did that. In that case. Hi, YouTube. Yeah. Plus, I'm trying to keep... I do try and keep the main focus of whatever I'm working on kind of in that other... What would be like 3/4 of the screen where my face and chat doesn't exist, so it should be fine. I would love to have edited versions of every stream, but it just, dude, it takes so much time. I could probably pay someone to do it, but at the end of the day, I'd much rather take that money and keep upgrading my equipment. Got decent manicured fingers. Yeah, we'll put some dirt under them, you know, make sure that they don't look so decent once the paint job is underway, you know. Yuck. Yeah, get some good, get some like good dried blood or something under there. Yeah. Yeah, me too. I've had really mixed emotions about how much I want to work on this on stream because everyone's so fucking bored of seeing it, myself included. But I could bust it out probably a little bit quicker if working on it off stream. But I want to have it recorded anyways so that I can put together a really cool video when it's all said and done. So I'm just gonna, if I have to suffer through it, everyone else is gonna suffer through it. That's how I look at it. I stuck. Yeah. No, I gotcha. Yeah, no, it's gonna be really cool. I don't know. I might. I know Kyle, another guy who does. Hasn't been streaming as much, but he does do streaming. I don't know if you've seen him. I in my chat before, but Kyle does art. He's a painter. I might hand it off to him to actually paint it. I'm really excited to build I guess you would say the diorama, the actual like the setting for him, because he's going to be in a forest, I think that'll be a lot of fun. I found the turntable I'm going to use. It's an electric turntable. It's like a slow display turntable, but it's about the size of the what is it called, the Lazy Susan I have the sculpture on right now. There's going to be like fake trees, well, maybe not trees, fake bushes, and other like video game specific like miniature accoutrement. If I'm feeling really ambitious, I might tackle doing some LED stuff, since I'm about to. Actually Monday I'm gonna start wiring together my own LED light panels, but not for sculpture, just for like more photography and stuff. I know you've messed around with some LEDs. Seems like something that you can get lost in pretty easily. In a good way, like, I like problem solving, so I would get into it. I think he was on with you on the face casting. Yeah, he might have been. Actually, yes, he was. Nice. Once on Metroid, yeah. Lag out. You got to see what? The pre-planning was a little scary to me. Yeah, the first thing I'm doing is going to be messing with the LED strips, the kind of stuff people do, what's it called? Yeah, like recessed lighting in homes. So it's not going to be individual LEDs, so it might be a little bit easier than when you're actually working with the individual. LED is like light emitting nodule or whatever, or node. Messing with individuals might be a little bit trickier, but the light panel stuff, I'm starting with red. And if everything goes the way I think it will, I'll be able to create a pretty decently signed red panel. It's going to be real basic at first, just like a wood piece. And I'm going to take the strips, cut them, and then lay them out. So I just have a whole board that's just basically red LEDs. Red is a really tricky color to light with because it's not very strong. So like this all started, honestly, I'm going to show you why it started right here. This is really annoying to me. Let's see GoPro. You'll actually see right over here. See that red light? Okay. You see all this blue light? They're the same exact lights. They just one is set to blue, one is set to red. But this blue one behind me is so much more powerful. Red just doesn't cover it. My whole hope was that for like any wide shots during my stream, that like half the room would be kind of in blue, half the room would be in red, and red is just not that fucking powerful. So I'm gonna try and create an LED panel, fingers crossed on that one, that'll help with that. But I also have a few videos coming up where I might want to like light up a whole area or highlight our it's called a rim light or whatever, but where in the background there's like red light that's silhouetting things. So that's why I'm gonna try and do the panel. Fingers crossed, yo. Fingers crossed. So yeah, that's why I ended up doing a bunch of research, and I even went to a couple of LED resource stores, industrial supplies, to try and get some information. I'm not gonna lie, there was very little information that they could share with me, so I was pretty bummed about that, but damn it. Gotta find a way to tilt this up even more now. I have to set the autofocus back onto, I think I might need to set the zone. A few weeks back, I visited one of those big LED stages they are using to shoot films on instead of green screens. Oh, really? Super impressive stuff. And if you sand in a curved room with like 20 times 10 meters of LED panels surrounding you, it's a weird experience. Wait, so they're just straight up using like giant LED panels instead of green screens? I mean, I guess that makes sense. I wonder why they did it. This is like just like the new version of green screen, pretty much, I guess is what you're saying. It might make, I mean, I guess it makes sense. You can control the light emission at that point versus it just being a solid green. LED panels are super tiny, actually. Okay. It's just hundreds of them. Yeah, that's true. A lot of the Mandalorian series was shot on LED stages. Really? I'm going to have to look that up. Well, so my big thing was, okay, these lights I was talking about, these lights behind me, I love these lights. The red light and the blue light, they're really cool. They're my favorite lights for photography because I can have a full RGB spectrum and they're super powerful, but they're also $500, I think, or something like that a piece. And when you look up costs of LED, you're like, how the fuck does something like that cost $500? And LEDs aren't that expensive. And it's just all the work that they go into putting into the housing, and oftentimes what I want are really just solid colors, really powerful solid colors that can light up large areas. That's when I started looking into the whole LED thing to begin with, was just like, fuck this, I can do it myself. If I can create a simple panel, I think the strip of LEDs, they come in meters, interestingly enough. So you either have to get like, get up to 9 meters, I think, or something like that, or 5 meters. And you can power them with 12 volt. I guess really popular ones now are like 24 volt, but I think one board with them all stuck together really on top of each other as possible might emit a shit ton of light, reflecting on his metal helmet. That makes sense. Buys color and gets and slaps them on the monolight. Yeah, pretty much. Software, yeah. Well, so here's the thing about RGB that I learned too in my research. If all else equal, like power supply, layout, whatever, The actual nodes or nodules or whatever, if you get red nodules, LED red nodules, they are more powerful and will give you more true red than the best RGB's red. That's what I was running into when I was doing the research and when I talked to some people. Because RGB, the nodules they can get bigger, sure. They could be 50/50s, which stands for, I think, 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters, as far as the strips go, at least. If you have RGB, the nodule itself, that little tiny micro thing, is split up. I think the way it works, from what I saw from pictures, is split up into 3 different colors. Where if you get red, the whole fucking thing is red. So it's just more powerful. I'd rather just have a bunch of color panels that, I'd rather have 3 color panels, 1 red, 1 green, 1 blue, you know? Unfortunately, RGB is like really popular right now, so it's actually hard to find. It's really hard to find quality solid color. Not hard, but well, it is. It's hard to find quality solid color LEDs. You can find like really cheap brands that are low density. I would have had this stuff already if I had just ordered what I knew I should have last Monday when I started my research, but I spent the whole week looking into this before purchasing anything. But I'm pretty sure, like I said, if I make my panel, I'm pretty sure it'll be pretty big. I don't know how big it'll be yet for sure, but it'll be a fairly decent sized panel. And I will made the thing for $40 probably. So if it emits a good amount of light, I'm gonna be awesome. I'm making my own light color. There you go, dude. Do it. I literally went to a place called like LED Wholesale Supply out here in Vegas, right? I was like, I'm looking for, red LEDs. And they're like, oh man, we don't sell those. I'm like, what? You're an LED wholesale supplier. Like, red's one of the basic colors. How do you not sell them? Oh, we have tube light and we have RGB. Look at all of our RGB. We have so much RGB. I'm like, I don't give a shit about RGB. I want true red. I want the most red I can get. I want the most red. Y'all ever get into making lights? I know someone that can test them. Dude, like I said, if this goes well, which I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a huge hope that I don't think that my minimal electronic soldering knowledge is going to result me in getting some awesome product. But having said that, it's not rocket science. I bought one of those LED work lights, shop lights. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but you can buy them at Home Depot and Lowe's and shit like that. And they're not that expensive. I want to say they're like $40 or $50. And they're just you hang them and you plug them in and it's just white light or whatever coming down. It's LEDs. And we had a bunch of them in the shop. I took one apart the other day. And when it looks like a normal fluorescent light. Maybe that would have, say, 2 fluorescent bulbs. So it's that wide of kind of a banish of a white, what's it called? Like a white filter or whatever. I opened it up. It was one tiny little strip of LEDs. And it didn't look like high density, meaning the spacing between the LEDs. This one strip gives off that kind of light. And it's a ripoff. It's a fucking ripoff. All sold out to red light districts. So funny story. I started looking to source red strip LEDs, right? So I'm looking all over the internet, typing in things like red LED strips. When you start doing that, you realize that apparently there's this huge, I don't know how long it's been going on, but there apparently is a fad right now for red light therapy using red LEDs as like, I didn't look into it, but type in red LEDs and you'll find a shit ton of information and links to something called red light therapy. I don't know what it's for. Maybe pain, nausea, I don't know. But apparently some way that you sit under red LEDs, it's a therapy. I don't know what. I don't know what it's therapizing. You sleep with a red light on sometimes? What kind of red light? Is it an LED or is it like a red filtered light? Yeah, no, like grow lamps for sure, not LEDs. But whatever this therapy is, again, I don't know what it treats, but apparently the world is mainly selling red LEDs to these therapy companies. So I think it's some bullshit, making it harder for me to find true red LEDs. I knew going into it was going to be tricky, mainly because just in general, like I said, red light isn't that bright. The same amount of LEDs that are blue or green, even green to some extent. Green's very tricky to get a bright but really well saturated green. But apparently blue, purple, those ones they're very powerful. New Leaf LED panels every second streamer has on his walls. Yeah, exactly. 250, yeah. You can buy those LED strips, like pre-made ones now. They're everywhere, but when you start looking into it, they're made so shittily. The quality and again the density, that's really the biggest thing when you're buying LED strips, is to look for the density. Like a high density, I think is like like a high, very dense like LED strip is like 120 a meter. Oh shit! Looks like someone's making some leathery things. But yeah, once you find out that you can pretty much get the guts of what's inside all these lights for pretty cheap, and then just wire them up yourself. Now, don't get me wrong. I did find one place that had some really badass LED strips, but I think they were charging, was it $20 a meter? Yeah, it was like $20 a meter. And for my first trial run, I was like, that's a bit expensive for something I don't know is even going to work the way I want it to. If I make the proof of concept work, then I might invest in some of the more powerful stuff. Like I said, the 50/50s. What's the other one? It's like 30/28. It's like 3 millimeters by 2.8 millimeters or something. Or maybe it's 35/28, something. All refers to the size of the diode, I guess, or whatever. If these tube lights that I'm using right now weren't so damn expensive, I would actually at least kind of cut one open and take a look at how they laid out the LEDs. play in there. It smells good. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that like new leather smell. Actually, if it's too strong, I'll actually get sick. It literally makes me feel queasy. But some people, I guess, are into it. Some people being you lagged out. You're apparently into it. Some kind of got creepy at the end there. Damn it. Yeah. Hmm. There's only, I think, yeah, there's only two of the limbs that have fingers on them. So this, at least, this very annoying process of going between the fingers will only be for two of the hands. Oh, the other one's kind of a nightmare, though. So fingers crossed. Forgot it has way more. It's got more of a curl than this one has. I'm gonna make some food, work on the leather. I'll catch up with you next time for sure, dude. Have a great. The toes, not so much. No, the toes. He only has toes on one foot actually, and they're oddly like because he's a mutant. They're like curled back. The whole the whole foot is like curled back. It's really weird. And honestly, I kind of realized while sculpting the toes that most of the feet are actually going to be kind of hidden by the the style of the dial. Excuse me. The style of the diorama. So to some extent, it's kind of like how much effort I really want to put into them. I'm calling it. I'm pretty sure he's probably eating pork chops. Like that, if you're still there, you can confirm your pork chop selection if you wish. Hmm. up just not that much. I'm gonna have to lift it up just like. Well, that was pretty intense. Trying to see how big this file that I'm recording is. It doesn't actually say anywhere. My 4-hour stream files, this source record plugin, are around 45 gigs each. Damn. Damn. That is that's a pretty big gigs. Do you happen to remember what bit rate you set the recording to? I'm just curious. Yeah, because I set mine, the recording to like, did I do 4,500 or 5,000? Even though that's like way less than what a YouTube video needs to be. Yeah, YouTube video needs to be. I'm recording in MKV format. Ah, gotcha. It's supposed to not corrupt the file if it happens to crash OBS. Gotcha. Yeah, I saw that as an option. Is MKV lossless? Or maybe you don't know. I picked, I think, MP4 or MPEG. I can't remember exactly. Mainly because I want to be able to edit it and fuck around with it on my Mac. And those are some files I know that for sure Mac won't have any issue with. I don't think I've ever actually messed around with an MKV file. Okay, the standard of this source record is constant bitrate of 25K. Damn. That does explain the size. I think YouTube only needs you to do, if you're doing like 1080p at 60, I looked it up, it's only supposed to be 14,000 bitrate. And that's up there. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Jesus. Yeah, you ain't messing around at that bit rate. That's like that's the highest quality bit rate ever right there. Oh shit. Yeah, I like I said, I think I mine set to 4,500, which is more than half lower than the 8 to 10K, right? Is going to be compressed anyways. Yeah. Yeah, so previously I'd been using Restream to just download the file because apparently Twitch, I really think this is dumb, but Twitch only lets you download like a lower quality of your stream. I think it's only 720. Maybe if you're partnered or something, it gets different, but yeah, but I couldn't find a way to download from Twitch at 1080. I gotta set this down. My phone cam does not win anything on this high bit rates anyways, I think. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty crazy. 45K, yeah. Jesus. The reason it really threw me for a loop when you first said that was because since I've been downloading them from Restream, I think an average 3-hour stream is like 7 gigs. So, 25K. Oh, still 25. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Now we mixed it. It's 40. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. 45 gigs files, but 25. That's right, yeah. I mixed it up. That was my bad. So wait, you said you had been recording that? So do you just have like a shit ton of space all dedicated to these giant files, I'm guessing? Hey, that's what external hard drives are for, right?
Tell me that you wanna stay, baby, just don't walk away. I need you now, fade it out. All the time we spent alone, fighting through the firestorm. Don't let me down, I need you now, 'cause I'm feeling worn out. It's getting to me, lost some heart trying to get on my feet. Caught in the madness, I feel you somehow. Don't let me go, I need
Digital messy incoming. Yeah. Can you imagine if, oh man, I wonder what it would be like uploading some of those videos to, how like Adobe Premiere or really any of the video editing software would deal with files that big. I'm sure it would do it, but I wonder if it would just like take forever to upload it into the program. What even is that? I get paint on this somehow? Oh no, it's Sharpie.
Tell me that you wanna stay, baby.
Where the-
Just don't walk away. I need you now. Fade it out. All the time we
Missing my, there it is.
fighting through the firestorm. Don't let me down.
Nah, that's fine. For working through, I would copy them to my local drive. Oh yeah, that's true.
Getting to me. Lost some heart trying to get on my feet. Caught in the madness. I feel you somehow. Don't let me go. I need you right now. I wanna be next to you.
Do you exclusively work on a PC? Or do you do like any Mac work at all?
Fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to you. You wanna be next to me. Holding our paper hearts. Fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to
I can't wait to cast from some of these molds so I can at least try and explain to people why I spend so much time making these molds. Bottleneck right there, that's true. But from an M2 mindset, it's plenty fast, yeah. PC only. That's what I'm asking. Wait, but from an M2, never mind, sad, it's plenty fast. That's what I'm asking. You'll see. You'll see. The hope will be that I can literally just, as soon as it's out of the mold, quickly just maybe scrape it with an X-Acto blade and the seam's completely gone. Compared to like, I think I was talking about this earlier, the amount of time I spend cleaning up the goblin when I pour up a goblin is fucking insane. The amount of time I have to go in and fix the seams and retexture them so you can't see them is way too long. Way too fucking long. So I might be going overkill on this one because of how much I hate on the other one. Generally speaking, the more time you spend on the mold, the less time you'll spend fixing it up later, so. Certain type of super fast hardware, the newer PCs, yeah. I'm not familiar with that one, yeah. I know my Mac, my new Mac has a M1 chip in it. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing maybe that has something to do with the M1 or the M2 you're talking about. I'm guessing it's some kind of like Intel thing, right? I guess if it's super clean to open, less tearing is happening or something. Yeah, that too. Well, just the general product will come out nicer. But secondly, the better mold, the important thing really about good molds is how long they last. Because these are going to be silicone molds, right? So, they like this, you know, how tear starts in silicone, it just keeps going. It doesn't go away. So, the more pulls you'll get out of the mold. Less areas for like dirtiness to collect too. Not really the M1. The M1 that the MX are having relates to the processor. The M2 thing is a hard drive variant. Oh, really? Okay, shit. Yeah, I know just enough about computers to get me into trouble, so I'm going to take your word on that one. Yeah, I know just enough about PCs to have my PC overheating. Getting to, what was it? It was like 97 or 98 degrees Celsius in idle. Oof. Yeah, the cooler pump died. That's why I didn't really stream the end of this last week at all. Could you also create 2 molds now from this side, basically, so you could double pour? No, that would be the next side we do. So because this is all clay, it could still get easily destroyed, and it'll stick to the fiberglass. But once the first side is done, then you can just start flipping back and forth. And because the sculpt is hard as well, that's the important part too. The sculpt is hard, so it's not getting destroyed. So yeah, you could just keep going back and forth and making more and more molds. We actually do that sometimes at the studio here when we need to make a ton of other molds. Yeah, once clay's out of the equation, you can just start replicating molds left and right. So I don't need to do that. Hell, I'm probably not even gonna make a ton of these. I might, I don't know. We'll see. I feel if I tried to actually sell them, I'd probably get in trouble because, I mean, at the end of the day, this is it's a character from a video game, and I don't know if I would have changed it enough in its design to get away with selling it as something else. So the video game company, I actually thought about making one and sending it to the video game company. It's originally something I had considered, but also they're kind of assholes. I reached out to them. When was it? I reached out to them about something and they totally ignored me. And it had something to do with the video game I had purchased, so. But maybe to get some goodwill, I'll send them one either way. Just send it to their office or whatever. Are you mad because they postponed it? Yeah, but it's February. I'm actually not that mad. Well, I'm a little mad. The only reason I'm mad is because one of the reasons, other than the fact that I just want one of these for myself, that I chose this project was because I mean, frankly, you know, findability, you know, so like if I was working on a forest sculpture, inspired sculpture, when the game was released, people would be looking for, you know, YouTube videos and streaming stuff about the forest, and they'd come across me, you know, because the game was released. But it's also kind of good because that means that I'll probably be wrapping it up or very close to wrapping this up when the game actually releases, and I think it's February, I think, is the new release date. And I'm still working on this, which means I wouldn't have fucking time to play the game. So yeah, overall, I guess overall I'm pretty happy that they delayed it. It's as it is right now. I still haven't played the new God of War, and I really want to play that. I just don't have any time to. Work's kind of crazy busy, and then this project's trying to wrap it up before December is going to keep me pretty much on my toes. So. Kratos cosplay when? Yeah, no shit. I thought about it. Yeah, when I lose like 30 pounds, or hey, how about this? When I replace 30 pounds of fat with 30 pounds of muscle, I'll cosplay as Kratos. How about that? I actually saw a really fucking cool Kratos cosplay the other day. It was on Instagram maybe, or Twitter. Dude nailed it. Looked really fucking awesome. Interestingly enough, if memory serves me, it was like his wife or his girlfriend went as the son. What is Kratos' son's name? Atreus or something like that. And they both actually pulled off the look pretty good. But you know what? I guess there's the holidays coming up. I might have some time, but if it's anything like the last game, it's not going to be super short, which means I'll get just far enough in to get pissed off that I don't get to finish it. So. I mean, I guess I do game streams, but since I took pretty much all of October off, I just want to make sure that at least this project is moving forward. October sucked, man. I lived in Photoshop for pretty much all the month of October. 15-hour days staring at that dang screen. It's a bummer too, because if I hadn't done that, I would count January as my year of streaming. But now that I took a month off, I feel like I gotta wait till February to celebrate that. Otherwise, it'll feel fake. Yeah, I just updated all my cameras now. Well, not all of them, but the camera I'm using for this is a Sony A7R3. Camera I'm using for my face cam is a Sony A7 III, and then this one is also a Sony A6400. So got them all actually all set up pretty good. And then I actually ended up setting up my GoPro. Right now it's just looking at the back of this board. So I highly suggest the Sony A7 III or A7R3 for sure. It's worth a gander. Lighting is a bit of a bitch, and you got to spend money on the fucking lenses too, but it's worth it. Yeah, I almost bought the Sony FX30 that just came out, but I got gun shy. I don't know. Not always the biggest fan of buying brand new tech equipment, because God knows how well it's going to be received, if it's going to be supported for a long time. I think the Sony A7 models are they've been supported for a long time now. I think like 5 years, something like that. Is a deep grab in. Yeah, check out. I've been telling people about it to make it a little bit more affordable. I bought this one used actually from KEH.com. They sell used and refurbished cameras. It actually is like some really great deals on there. It was the first time I had gone through them. So I was nervous for sure, but I got it fine. You can pick like what quality you want, like new or slightly used. One of their options is even ugly, but you pay, like the cost for the item is different depending on what quality you pick. So this one was the lowest quality available for this one. Was like, it wasn't ugly, but it was the one like right above ugly. And I think I ended up getting it for $1,000 less than it would cost if I try to buy it brand new. It takes some time. It took me actually a long time fussing with the settings to find the best stream. So much so that I literally want to create my own YouTube how-to video, because they are all the settings with OBS, or all the settings with the camera, all the settings with your PC. It's so fucking complicated, and I couldn't find one spot to find all that data on. So I was like, one of these days, I'm just gonna make my own YouTube tutorial for people. I found, there's some videos that have a lot of it, but they don't have all of it. Actually, there was a streamer I was watching. I don't remember who it was, but it was the person who told me about the Sony A6400, which is the one I was using for this until I picked up the Sony A7 III. They were the ones that I got the idea to go for Sony. You don't, I guess, have to use Sony, but getting any mirrorless camera that, you know, maybe gives you some lens options is probably the way to go, honestly. And actually another one, if it was the only one you were using and you don't mind super wide angle, my GoPro is actually pretty good quality too. I'd say the only thing I don't like about the GoPro is its color profile is so annoying. Like it's super filtered. It just pops color. It makes sense. If you're out riding a bike and you got the GoPro on, you want things to look pretty and shit. But for what I'm doing, it just like exaggerates everything. I think you can turn it off, but then it's not, it looks like garbage. Oh yeah, depth of field for sure, yeah. Unfortunately right now I got a shit ton of depth of field, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it. But like, yeah, I move this too much, it goes out of focus, which is really annoying. Yeah, pretty much Sony A7 III and anything above, anything newer. I think they have the A7 IV now, maybe. The FX30 looks really cool. It's the first camera that Sony's come out with focused on filmmaking. I think. No, the FX3 was, but the FX30 is the most affordable one. That does 4K. I think it does 4K at 120 FPS. So if you want to do some really cool 4K slow-mo at an affordable price, it'd be a way to do it. The only drawback is it's not a full frame sensor. It's an ASPC, I think is what it's called, or ACPS, something like that. So, you'd be limited if you already have lenses for the other stuff. As soon as it's out for like a year or two and people like it or whatever, and Sony continues to support it, I'll probably pick one up. But by that time, they'll probably have another one that's even cooler. Well, thank you. Take this, Bezos. Thank you so much. Yeah, if I were you, I probably would get bored of those fucking commercials too. Take this, Bezos. Jesus. Otherwise, the Prime is just flying through. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I've really gone down the rabbit hole with looking at cameras. I want to start doing, it will be a while before this happens, I want to start making some small indie movies. I love shooting, I love making movies, I love editing. The only thing I hate doing, honestly, is coming up with the ideas. I don't like script writing. I like everything else. I like that problem solving side of things. But I need to find someone else who likes doing the script writing and coming up with the plot line and all that. I like the excitement of the problem solving, of figuring out how to get the shot, how to light the shot. Wiring up LEDs, you know, the whole 9 yards. Oh, interesting. We had a great stream, guys, and then bitrate just tanks. Fascinating. I think it's because of the time of day. Look at that. 4 o'clock. It's when I usually go live. And the bitrate just tanks. Your stream appears to be experiencing some network or encoding issues. No, it's not. I wonder how long it's going to be in the tank for. Pre-production as well. Yeah, I love pre-production. I just don't like the I don't like the script writing. This is lame. All right, for the record, right now I'm just going to say, so my bitrate is in the tank. Jumping all over. My CPU heats only 63 degrees, so we can firmly say that while my computer was overheating, it was not a factor into my bitrate. I'm not noticing anything right now, to be honest. Really? I just noticed it and got my alerts and all that shit, so. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. All right, punks. So thanks so much for hanging out and for the subscription. I'm actually bouncing out of here. We've got a good 4 hours and 10 minutes in, so that's pretty awesome. And didn't have any major bitrate problems here till the end. But I am going to be back tomorrow. We're going to keep moving on this and keep testing my computer out to see if it can handle everything. So everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. Oh, and if you're watching this in the future and somehow actually watch the whole thing on YouTube, please join the Discord and hit that like and subscribe button. It'd be much appreciated. So everyone, have a great night, great weekend, and I will see you guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.